Hello? Are we live? I think we're live. Maybe? Yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching this, you're most likely watching the recap of the live stream. We're live, market open to market close, Monday through Friday. Make sure you hit that like button. Also hit that subscribe and notification bell so you can be notified the second we go live. And also when we post videos. I hope you're having a beautiful day so far. I mean, I guess we're technically not open to market close because I'm like an hour late, but who cares, honestly, at this point? Like, I don't know. We got Jerome Powell today, so that should be interesting. Market's pretty stuck in like a literally 30-cent range, so this is pretty lame right now. So it's probably good that I slept in. Now we got a little bit more energy. It's nice. What up, Jake? How's your morning going so far? What up, Stogie? NSO, my man. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you guys are all having a good day so far. Looks like the market's been pretty boring all day. Very slow, very slow. Damn, Netflix came down a lot on the day. That's crazy. What up, Cry? Hope you're doing good today. How's the market? Pretty slow. Literally just stuck in not even a 50-cent range. So, not really any trading opportunity. But the market's just waiting on Powell. We'll see a reaction once that comes out. Ran out of coffee. That's no good. Need that coffee. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even remember the last time I drank coffee, so like I don't even know. Nah, I don't have a Discord. Everything's just in this chat. I have an Instagram. I got an email if you need to contact me outside of this, but other than that, I don't have anything to sell you. I'm just here to teach people, answer their questions, if they ever have any. And hang out with my people. That's pretty much what we're here for. Nah, I know what Discord is, but nah, I don't have one. I mean, I have one for like myself, but I'm not gonna create one for like this group. I don't like I don't like being in groups with traders. Like I can hang out here during market hours and talk about trading and stuff, but once the market closes, I don't even think about the stock market usually. So like I don't want to make a Discord or anything like that. Nah, I'm good on that. I don't bro, I don't want to increase my exposure. I want good people in here, not people just looking for plays. Like I said, I don't think about the stock market after the market closes. I don't like at all. Like so and I've been in groups with traders before. I don't like it. I don't like having that many ideas in one place. Especially when the market's not even open and there's nothing happening. It's like go live your life, go enjoy it. Like why do you need to be in a chat room full of traders when the market's not even open? So it's like I'm good. I'm good on that. If I wanted to increase my exposure, I'd make a fancy dancy thumbnail with AMC and GameStop and rocket ships all over it and change the fucking I would never talk about anything other than GameStop and AMC and we'd be good to go. So, nah, I'm good. I just do my thing. Investing, I mostly invest, trade when there's opportunity. If there's no opportunity, there's no point in trading. Like today, there's literally no opportunity. Market's not even moving. If you're trading this, you're literally just gambling. Market literally hasn't moved. The only thing that's up a decent amount today is Amazon, and that's because that stock's expensive. So it moves a lot more. But nah, there's a time and a place for trading, but investing is going to be the best. What up, Google user? Never talk about the stock. Yeah, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to, like I said, I don't like being in groups with traders. Like, I like being here because the market's already open. We can hang out. But once the market's closed, like, I don't think about this stuff. Like, I don't like being in, I like doing my, bro, I'm like an introvert. Like, I don't like being around people. The fact I do this stream at all is kind of surprising, honestly. The fact that I like it too. Like I'm like really introverted. I don't really like being around people. Like I used to be in a dope ass group with a lot of cool people, and I left it because I just don't like being around all those ideas. Like I don't care what everyone else is doing. I mean, I do. Like I want you guys to do good obviously, but like as far as like trades and like I just don't like it. Really. Like I said, I've been in a group before. Like I was in a group for a long ass time. Like it wasn't a Discord, but it was like a group chat on text message, and I just got really tired of it. Just a bunch of people flexing their gains and shit. Like I don't know. I don't like it. But it's chill here because like the market's open right now. We can talk about the stock market. It's open, but once the stock market's off, like, nah, go to work. Go do something else. Go play some video games or something. I don't know. Anything. Just you don't need to be a stock nerd unless like that's what you really love. If that's what you're into, then you could find a place for that. But I'm not like that big of a stock nerd. Like I love stocks. It's amazing, but would I let it rule my life? Nah. Use the market to make a living, but don't make the market your life. Same with me. Market closes, a switch off. Don't need to think about it all evening. Exactly. I mean, like I said, if you love it, then that's different. If you like truly love it, this is like your calling, like you want to be a professional trader or whatever, like then yeah, maybe focus a lot more on it. Like when I first got into the market, I was researching all day, watching YouTube videos, reading books, but like once you get to a certain point, it just gets, I don't know. I don't want to say it gets boring, but it gets tedious, I would say, because it's literally like even if you get good at trading, it's still just gambling. Like you're not going to win every single trade, like there's going to be times you lose. Even the best traders lose. So it's like there's only, of course, that's why I like being here, cuz I can take my time to learn about everything I need to learn in the moment, and then once the market's off, like I just go enjoy. Because I don't know, it's really like psychological. Trading is really psychological, more psychological than anything, because like I said, if you're gonna have losing trades, and like no matter what, it's inevitable you're gonna lose on a trade. So if you're not able to be in the right headspace when you're in those losing trades, or like you have a series of losing trades, then you're not gonna be in the right headspace to get back into the motion of, trading your edge. Because, if you've lost like 2-3 trades in a row, but say you won like 5 trades before that, you're going to be more down about the 3 trades you lost than the 5 trades you won earlier. And you're going to think that what you're doing isn't working. And yeah, there's just it's a lot of psychology. So I just don't like being around. Yeah, I just what am I trying to say here? I don't know. It's like, when you pour water into a glass, there's only a certain amount of water you can pour into that glass. If you keep pouring, eventually it's going to overflow and you're going to have water all over your table. So it's just you know, I'm not trying to dump too much water in my glass. I'm just dumping just enough, I guess, is the only analogy I can think of right now. 6 out of 8 of the puts printed. Nice. I don't know what Pacific time is, but it's 2:30 Eastern. So maybe maybe 11:30 Pacific. I don't know what time Pacific time is. Specific time. That means it starts specifically. Survive any pandemic? I hope so. Think about the market too much. Whilst it's closed is one of those things which clouds your psychological judgment, action, balance, and you'll get in focusing on long term. Amen. And like, I don't know, if you're just starting out, just buy stocks, invest, and then go to work. Like unless you truly want to be a trader, there's no point in being a market nerd. If you're just truly investing and using it as a tool to save your wealth and you don't want to trade, get the education you need, find all the stocks that you like, and move on. You really don't need to put that much time in the market. Like, I put a shit ton of time in, and I'm still not even that good at trading. I still learn stuff all the time. So it's like it's a never ending learning process. So what's the point of going so ham on it that you get burnt out? That's kind of why I've been starting the stream later, is because I don't really like waking up early. So like waking up before the market even opens, yeah, I'm gonna miss out on my morning trades or whatever if there's a lot of volatility in the morning, but like I don't really care. I would rather not be burnt out, come have a good stream. If there's an opportunity, then I'll take it, but like I've missed so much opportunity in the market, like at this point I don't really care to miss more. Honestly, there's going to be more opportunity. There's going to be plenty. Just got to wait for that moment. Yeah, build that generational wealth. Change your family's life. Like, if you want to trade, cool. Learn how to trade, but it's going to take time. But, I mean, I guess the whole point of all of this is I'm not making a Discord or any type of chat outside of here. Like, there's so many Discords and chats you guys could go join, like, Like, if you really want, I know probably one of the best people you can learn from, $35 a month for a Discord. You'll learn pretty much everything you'll ever want to know about trading. If that's really what you want, but it's like, it's not my Discord. I just know the person. I could probably get you hooked up if you really wanted. But yeah, I'm not trying to do that myself personally. I just like streaming. I like hanging out with you guys, answering questions when people come in and have them. Show each other our toes. I got 10 toes. What the hell? Jake's only got 9 toes. I'm just kidding. How's he only have 9 toes? That's weird. I don't know how he managed that. He must have cut them off with the lawnmower or something. I don't know. I've never seen someone with 9 toes. How many toes do you got? I'm really butthurt I didn't trade the at the monies on that Snapchat, bro. That Snapchat play was fire. I mean, hopefully I get blessed and we just break through that 59 level, but kind of butthurt I didn't trade the at the monies. I'd be up like $200. Instead, I'm up like 5. Good stuff. Good stuff. I guess I could have bought more. Like, let me see. Let's do some mathage here. So if we bought one of these at 320, now it's at 520. So that's about $200. So I could have bought 10 of the contracts I bought. 10 times 28. Whoopsies. 28. So that'd be about that. I guess I could have bought like 12 to make it the same. 12 times 28. So that's 336. Now that it's trading at we'll say 34. So 34 times 12. So yeah, I still would have made more just trading one at the money even if I would have bought like 12 of these. The only benefit, I guess, of buying like 12 of them is I would have been able to make it free, because I would have been able to. What was the original 12 times or 28 times 12? 336. So if I did like 35 times 10. So yeah, I could have did that. I would have been able to keep 2 contracts for free. But I think the at the monies would have been better. Unless like we continue to go downwards. Bought 100 Dogecoins. I mean, at least you're starting to invest, but probably should have just bought some Bitcoin. Maybe some Ethereum. Yeah, just be careful with crypto. I only like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And maybe Stellar. But Bitcoin's really the only one I like. Made $1.50. Woo! It's lit. Hey, I mean, at least you're getting in the game to trade, I guess. Just be careful with that stuff. I've never actually looked at a Dogecoin chart for trading, so I don't know how it is. Hey, that's good, bro. Nothing wrong with practicing. Looks like Doge is kind of about to approach a key support level as well, so I don't know. Could be a decent swing trade. It's JP Day. Just put it on silent. I'm trying to watch young Jerome. Feel like I'm young Jerome. My interest rate is cut down to super lows. Where's the banks at? What happened to Citi, actually? Oh, wow. Bank of America dropped quite a bit. Dude, Citi got clapped. Damn. That's crazy. Say the same shit. For real, though. That's funny. Damn, these Citi plays were so cheap yesterday. That's crazy. Those were really cheap. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Appreciate you being here. We got Mr. Pow Pow here in like 3 hours. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. That sounds good. I like bacon. Don't even get me started. I want some bacon. God damn it. I can't type. Bro, I literally can't type. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. My slide's already shit. 5 shares of Apple. Ooh! Let's go, Cry. Did you talk to your parents or something? They get you in the game? That's good. That's good. Starting that long term. I can't say what's going to happen after Pals, but just always remember that's a long-term purchase. Don't sell those for like 5, 10, 20 years. Unless you're buying a house, I wouldn't recommend selling. I'm in. Hell yeah, bro. I'm excited for you. I love it. I can't wait. I can't wait. Saggy. That's funny. Sold Tesla. I don't even know. Where is Tesla? I haven't even looked at Tesla. I was hoping that would drop down to 550. I kind of want to buy another share of it. Oh, hell yeah. Tesla's down quite a bit. parking fine. That was a good joke. I liked that. Oh my fucking god. I should not have laughed that hard at that joke, but that was funny. That was really good. I liked that. Yes. That was the best joke ever, I think. Oh, man. I liked that. Keep it coming. Keep them coming. That was a good joke. Here, I got one for you. Why did the little strawberry cry? Because her mother was in a jam. Ah! I'm just kidding. That one's dumb. That one's really dumb. I like that one though. I liked the parking fine. That's hilarious. Giggled at that one. All right, good. Good. I've just told that joke so many times, it's not even funny to me anymore. I just think it's a funny, like, little dad joke. I used to have another one that someone told me that was really good, but I can't fucking think of what it is. Dad jokes are great. Multi-story car parks. That is wrong on so many levels. Facts. That is wrong on so many levels. Oh, hell yeah. My slides are coming. Let's go. I need those. It's too hot to be wearing fucking slippers all the time. It was like 105 degrees yesterday and I was wearing slippers. Like, what is wrong with me? Sunny and 78. Damn, that sounds amazing. I want to move to San Diego. No lie, no cap. I would love it there. I love California, bro. Especially San Diego. What did the pirate say when he turned 80 years old? Hey, matey, I'm 80. Gosh. Oh, sorry, NSO. I missed your question. I forgot that you asked that. My bad, bro. It's in about 3 hours. They have in like 3 hours and 10 minutes from now is the actual like live press conference. And then I think they have like a report before that, 30 minutes before that. Yeah, my bad. I missed your question. Like, I saw it, but I just, like, for some reason, it didn't register, and I didn't answer it. So that's my bad. Should be fun, though. A lot of people should come in here, as always. That's all they use me for. They just want my Powell. They want to watch the high ticker go brrr, while Powell goes brrr. Brrrr. Whatever I bought, it went red. Facts. Now you're just trying too hard, Google user. I'm just messing with you, bro. The first joke was really good. Now they're just like they're getting less and less as we go. Oh, Workhorse is popping. Workhorse is going crazy. Workhorse has proposed building an all-electric vehicle fleet for USPS and has won support of many U.S. lawmakers. I don't know if that's real, but that's why they got clapped the first time, was because they lost that contract. We get news that they're going to get that contract again. I mean, I haven't seen a legitimate source post that, but if we do get that, that could be decent. And you get a little bit of meme stock exposure as well, but I'd want to wait till they actually get the contract. You can maybe play a debit spread on there. Debit spreads are pretty cheap. More about the candlesticks. That's good. Did you get that book, the Candlestick Bible? That book's really good. It just gives, it's like it's kind of like just learning how to read the market in a way. It's kind of nice. Add that with support and resistance. You golden. Where I knew this bad for the stock market. They're associated with bear markets. All right, that one was pretty good. I liked that one. That one was good. I liked that one. Electrocuted. He shorted Tesla. All right, that one was really good too. I feel like you just Googled stock market jokes and you're copying and pasting them in the chat. Getting a gift card and buy it. Try to not use my credit card as much. I mean, you can use your credit card, bro. Just make sure you pay it off the second you can. Don't ever leave a balance on there. I love credit cards. Like, I could talk about credit cards all day. Like, credit cards are dope. I got a lot of them, but you just got to make sure you're not keeping a balance on there. You're good to go. You laugh like a girl? Thank you. You must think I sound pretty cute then, right? Is that what you're saying? You think I sound cute? Are you hitting on me? That's weird. I love you too. You want to hang out? I'll take you to like the Olive Garden or something. Maybe you like the Olive Garden? No? It's Chick-fil-A? Yeah, you probably like Chick-fil-A. Everyone loves Chick-fil-A except me. So is Chick-fil-A? Your mom's a girl? Well, yeah, I'd have to hope so. That'd be a little weird if she wasn't. Workhorse is still popping. They going crazy. Maybe that news is legit. I'm not seeing it on any like legitimate sources. Just a couple of the other Twitter accounts. But they're killing it. WKHS. It's already up like $2. I wouldn't mess with it. Like I said, you could maybe trade a debit spread on it, but a lot of those debit spreads have literally gone up 100% since I mentioned it the first time. You just got to be careful. So what, Luis, whatever you are we going to Olive Garden or what? I'm trying to eat. Buy more of it. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. I don't know if Tesla will drop much more from here unless the whole market starts to drop. I'm honestly surprised it's trading below 600 with how high everything else is. Make sure you guys hit that like button, though. More likes we got, the more YouTube will suggest the channel to beautiful people. Real stock account, but I'm going to practice with MetaTrader 4. Hey, that's good, bro. Nothing wrong with practicing. It's better to practice on a paper trade than lose your money. Use your real money to invest in some stocks while you're learning. Like I'm so hyped that you fucking bought some apples and stuff. Not really hyped you bought Dogecoin, but at least you got a plan with it. So, I mean, I'm excited that you have a plan with it. I'm not a big fan of crypto, but I can't deny anyone who has a plan. So, God bless you, bro. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for you, bro. Animosity? What do you mean? I'm just trying to take someone to the Olive Garden. What's wrong with that? Do you want to go to the Olive Garden? Cons of each. Yeah, I mean, if you're using TD Ameritrade or E-Trade, they both have paper trade accounts. So if that's where your real money is, you can get familiar with the platform on paper. Yes, I bet. 30-hour, what is it, like 30, 40-hour drive? Maybe we can meet halfway and go to an Olive Garden in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. I don't know. This is starting to sound weird. All right, we need to scratch this. That just sounded weird. Second date. When was the first one? I don't remember the first one. But that's in the bushes. I told you I don't have bushes. Legitimately, I don't have bushes. Doesn't have a translation in German yet. Yeah, I think E-Trade's US only. Well, that's rude. That's rude. I don't know. I guess Lois didn't want to go on a date, though. She hasn't answered. Like, who's going to turn down free food? That's crazy. Getting some very interesting moves here. Damn, Walmart's coming back to the price I bought it at. NASDAQ hitting more lows of the day. Oh, shit. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. It's exercise time. So, I'm going to need you guys to stand up out of your chairs, walk around, stretch a little bit, get some form of exercise. We've been sitting here for about 2 hours. Well, I mean, I've been sitting here for like an hour, but if you've been here since the market opened, you've been sitting here for about 2 hours. We got 4.5 hours left, so you're going to want to get some form of exercise. It's good for you. Also, during this time, we like to ask you to take a 5-10 minute break away from screens, away from phone screens. You don't need to watch stock charts all day. You don't need to watch your portfolio all day. If you're not posting live Twitter news in the chat as it comes out, then you're really not going to be missing anything. So get your exercises, take a 5-10 minute break, run it. Oh. Oh my gosh. Get some early morning exercise. So good. Kitty. Get your exercises, Kitty. Meow. Oh, really? Hope you guys got your exercises and some water. It's good for you. Bloodhound Gang, is that what you sing in NSO? I fucking love Bloodhound Gang. I haven't listened to that in so long. I'm Brazilian wine stroke addict, so hypothetic, and I don't wanna beat around the bush. Foxtrot uniform, Charlie Kilo. My innuendo, my Nintendo. They have they made a new album. Well, it's not like new. It's probably a few years old at this point. But there's a few songs on it that are actually really good. I forget I got the like guitar in my head, but I can't think of what the song is. Oh yeah, Uncool. I think it's Uncool as Me. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of, but that one's really good. Hey you look like those assholes I see in old Molly Ringwald movies. I think you are as uncool as me. Hey you look like those assholes I see. Little turd I created? I don't think so. I'm sure I have, but I forget the song names a lot. I haven't listened to Bloodhound Gang in years. Royal Caribbean starts construction on first Icon class ship. Oh, are you talking about? No, I tried to look at your channel the other day, but the song wasn't even on there. When you like mentioned it, I went and looked at it, but nothing was uploaded. I was confused. Am I going to get copyrighted? Hopefully not. Where did you find this, like, background video? I don't even think like this is pretty good actually. Like it's not it's not really like my style, but I think it's decent. Hey, it was me. I heard it. Run it. Have you ever listened to Getter NSO? You know who Getter is? You need to go listen to Getter Visceral. It's a good ass album. If like this is like your kind of music you like to listen to, I mean I don't know. I wouldn't really like compare Getter to this, but like for some reason this reminds me of Getter. Nah, I'm muting myself because I don't want to get copyrighted if anything happens. I like how you put NSO NSO. That was funny. Man, that was pretty dope. Go subscribe to NSO. There we go. NSO's, you got a lot of songs. If you like want to go check out his beats. There was one I listened to that was pretty crazy last time he mentioned it. I think it was the one with the wolves on it. Gangsta's Paradise. I just listen to Nipsey Hussle all the time, so I don't know. I guess I live in the gangster's paradise too. But I like dubstep too sometimes. It's really good. Like not like I don't know. I guess electronic. I don't know what you would call it. But I'm really picky about my electronic music cuz some of it is pretty intense. It's like bro. Kitty, you cried. I was making dubstep. For the announcement. What announcement? What is this announcement you speak of? Fed. You still got like 2 more hours for that. 2.5 hours for the press conference. What up, Hippo? And Rohit. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you're ready for young Jerome here in like 2 hours. Feel like a young Jerome. Make sure you guys hit that like button, though. We only got like 4 likes or 5 likes or something. I don't know. We need more. We need more. Have I even hit my own like button? No, I didn't even hit. Oh, I did hit the like button. Says there's 9 people in here, though. You guys gotta slap that. Slap that like button. Give it a slap. I haven't even looked at Roblox today. I think it's funny they released like good numbers and the stock dropped. Like the numbers weren't even bad. It just didn't show that they were growing at the same rate as they were last quarter or whatever. I don't even think that was like an earnings report either. I think it was just like some random release. What up, Roger? Good troll down. No, I don't think it's like a troll. It's like, you just got to think about it this way. Like, everything in the stock market is pricing in future expectations. So when when everyone saw 30% growth last time, they're expecting that to continue. So when they release something where they're not growing at that rate, the future expectation's going to, come down, which in turn the stock price is going to come down. So it's not really like that. You're just seeing the future expectation shift, I guess. At least that's how I look at it. I haven't even looked at the long term today. Yeah, we just chilling still. Actually trolling. Oh, I gotcha. Roblox is overpriced. I mean, maybe. It's been kind of a safe haven, if anything. But it is. I mean, I think it was supposed to IPO at like $40 or something like that. So I mean, I guess it is technically overpriced compared to where it was supposed to IPO. But I don't know. I like Roblox. I just don't own any of it. Spy Gang? Nah. Bro, the Spy's moving in literally like a 30-cent range. You don't trade the Spy when it's trading like this. You're not gonna make, I mean, you can make like $5 or something, but I don't think it's worth the risk. You need volatility. A rich man? Nah, far from rich, bro. Very far from rich. Maybe rich in blessings, but money, not so much. Damn, ZH got clapped. Rich at heart. I mean, I don't even feel rich. Like I said, rich in blessings. But also I don't know, never satisfied, so that's kind of part of it. Maybe if I felt satisfied more, I could agree with you. But I'm just like never satisfied with anything. I always want more, which is a blessing and a curse. Satisfied. Never satisfied. At least me. I'm never satisfied. Nah, I don't even think a Thai massage would satisfy me. It would be good, but not. I don't know. I don't think I'd be satisfied. I'm telling you, bro. I'm just like, I'm crazy. I could have everything in the world I've ever wanted, and I'd still be like, this is it. That's it. Neggy Nancy? Nah, it's not even negative. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just know I can do more. I just know there is more. So, like, I don't know. It's not even being negative. It's just the truth. Like, I always want more. It's never enough. Oh, no, it's never enough. Peloton bikes are vulnerable to malware attacks, says McAfee. Thai massage with a happy ending. It's like, that's it? All I get is a handy after my massage? That's it? Come on. What's a handy gonna do? What? I'm just being straight up. Like, I can't not be straight up. Like, I'm being serious. Like, handies are whack, bro. Like, legitimately, if a girl was like, trying to be all hot, like, ooh, I'll give you a handy, I'm gonna be like, nah, I'm good. Let's just like go to the park or something. I don't know. I'm like, I'm good. I don't need a handy. Gone sideways. I know. I swear, it always goes sideways. Every time. We can't just have a normal conversation in here. It's always gotta go down into the gutter. Handies are for 12-year-olds. Facts, though. For real. For real, though. Walk right in. Sit right down. See, girls are lucky, though. Like, a handy for a girl is, like, probably better sometimes. But for a guy, it's like, nah. Why are we doing this? Can we just, like, watch TV or something? 33-year-old man asked for one. I'd be like, huh? Like, are we in middle school? I didn't know we were in middle school still. Gosh, all right. Can we talk about stocks? I'm done with this. Why are we talking about hand jobs? It's Jerome Powell Day. Why are we talking about hand jobs on Jerome Powell Day? What is this? Oh, gosh. See, this is why I love this chat, bro. We can just talk about anything, literally. Like, it doesn't even matter. There's no, like, barriers. Although we should, focus more on stocks and shit, but, like, that's what makes this chat great. We just talk about whatever the fuck. I feel bad for the lurkers, though. The lurkers are probably like, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to learn about options, and they're talking about hand jobs. This is the weirdest chat I've ever heard. Like, I just want to learn about a credit spread. And they're over here talking about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Like, what the fuck? Maybe I should type in the chat and stop it. No, I'm just gonna keep lurking. This is getting kind of interesting. Oh, the moderator's a girl. Oh, that's hot. Alright, I'm gonna stick around and see where this goes. Gosh. Alright. We're done with this. You guys are out of hand. You guys are crazy. You need to calm down. It's not even Friday yet. It's not even Friday, and you guys are crazy. We talk about handies for 10 minutes, and it just goes down the gutter. I can't do the Cleveland right now. Like when you whisper, you know it, baby. Like whisper sweet nothings in my ear. Cleveland Steamers. God damn it. Steveland Cleamers. A goddamn Steveland. A Steveland Cleamer. What is this? What is this turned into? What would Jerome say if he heard this? What would Jerome do? WWJD. What the hell? Is Facebook getting clapped? Damn, Facebook is getting clapped. Real clap. Nasdaq's been getting slaughtered, but it has been leading on the upside. You're just not getting like any volatility today, though. It's kind of whack. Like Dow's only down 0.06, S&P's only down 0.07, and Nasdaq's up 0.01. Like, this is a pretty whack day. You'd be careful trading at all today. Can maybe set up some swing trades or something, but I'd probably just wait for Jerome, see how the market reacts. You're breaking lows of the day on the spot. Oh my gosh, I got the hiccup. The only volatility is in the chat, for real though. We talk about a Thai massage and a handy for like 2 minutes, and then the volatility goes out of hand. Like the VIX it went up a lot in the chat. Very, very volatile. Much love to everyone here, though. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button if you have not. God bless you. Listen. Every time you say listen, I just think of Zelda. Like little Navi, the little like fairy that follows you around. Every time. That's all I think of. Like, listen. I'm like, hey. Hey. Listen. Are you listening? Sounds like Karen. Have you never played Zelda or Legend of Zelda on N64? Do they even have N64s in India? That's my question. All my people around the world, do they have N64s in your country? I must know this. Because N64 was like the best console ever. Not popular? Really? I mean, it was, I'd have to hope it's not popular now. But like 10, 15 years ago, or maybe even longer. Shit, when did N64 come out? I remember playing that when I was so young. Damn, bro. September 29th, 1996 is when the N64 got released. That's fucking crazy. That makes sense. Makes sense. Das crece. Nah, Rohit's not in the closet, bro. Have you seen his Instagram? That boy buff. He's getting all the lady. I think Rohit has a wife or a fiance. He's not gay. There's no way. I mean, I'm not saying gay guys can't be buff, but usually, like, it's very rare I see a gay dude who's, like, ripped as fuck. SPY dropping more new lows. A lot of your bigger name companies are coming down as well. Airbnb below 150. Kind of butthurt I didn't trade the at the money on the snap, bro. Would have been so much better. Coinbase below 230. Facebook is still dropping. Where's the dollar at today? Dollar's kind of holding. Oil hit 73 and reversed. Looks like gold might turn around, maybe. Nah, you're good, bro. We still got like 2 hours till Jerome. Got plenty of time. Go do your thing. All right, for sure. For sure, for sure. Starting to get a lot of action on the low here. On the low, low. Shorty got low, 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 low. Shorty got low, 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 low. She hit the flow. Next thing you know. Ooh, where's Baba? Damn, 209.80. Baba is getting slaughtered. Amazon announces new robotic fulfillment center in Baton Rouge. These were $5.50. What? How did someone get filled on that? That's insanity. I still like Baba. Baba's pretty much the only one I like, though. Snapchat below 61. This will be the moment of truth coming up. Should have traded the at the money, though. Wait. Weed Maps comes public through SPAC? Wait, what? Weed Maps is going to be a SPAC? I love Weed Maps. Shit, it's still early. What you mean what's left of it? It's so early. But appreciate you stopping in. Bro, I'm trying to buy Weed Maps. I'll have to try to remember about that one. I mean, I don't like SPACs, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hit the flow. Next thing you know. Department of Education just approved $500 million of student debt relief for 18,000 borrowers. SPY's still coming down. You're not really getting that much velocity, but it's been selling off for a minute here. Snapchat still selling off. Still kind of butthurt about that play, but it's whatever. It's too late now. Maybe Jerome will bless us with some volatility. Volatilita. Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging here like yo. Spotify hitting lows. Even Procter & Gamble's on the low. Wake me up before you go. The hell? Oh, okay, I was like tripping. Is Putin and Biden live or something? Oh no, Putin's live.
Господин президент, спасибо большое, что у меня есть возможность задать вопрос. Несколько лет назад вы встретились с президентом Байденом, когда он был вице-президентом. Он сказал, что он посмотрел...
This translator sucks. Gosh. I couldn't even understand. Like, I could barely understand the translator. That's crazy. Where's the UVXY? Little pop on the UVXY. I was hitting lows earlier. Getting a lot of low ticker action. GLD. Silver's dropping. Ooh, ARC. $108. Jeez, that's expensive. I remember when the ARC plays were cheap as fuck. Is everyone okay? You guys just got so quiet. At the money, but worthless. The only way you get a contract exercised is if it's in the money. It has to expire in the money as well. You can't just randomly get exercised. If you sold a contract and it's in the money, you can get assigned at any time, but exercise is at the end of expiration. 2 cents in the money. Well, if it expires in the money, you're gonna get exercised no matter what. That's how options work. Contract expires in the money, you have to fulfill the option contract. What's your option watch list? Nothing right now. Snapchat the other day, but Snapchat's already made the move. What's your option watch list? KSU. I don't play off technicals. I play off support and resistance. I don't like this though. This looks sketch. All I can say is good luck, sir. Good luck, sir. I don't like the stock chart. I feel like the only way you're gonna hit it is if you catch one of those gap ups. But I guess we'll see. Some of your large cap stocks could be decent if we start to get some volatility to the downside, because Amazon's sitting up at all-time highs. Same with Microsoft. Apple's sitting pretty high. I feel like there's quite a bit of opportunity there if we see downside, but just would want to be patient on there because there's literally no volatility on the day. You got to see how the market reacts with Mr. Jerome. Mr. Jerome. I think banks could be interesting on the upside as well if we start to see some strength on banks. They've sold off a lot this whole week. MA. Oh yeah. MasterCard could be interesting for sure. It's been sitting in this range for a really long time. I feel like it could go either way, though. It's kind of interesting that Visa's still just like chilling up there. Yeah, MasterCard's kind of lagging behind all the other card companies. Kind of interesting. But doesn't MasterCard have crypto exposure? I'm not too sure. RSI and ADX. I don't use indicators. I just trade off of support and resistance. But if they're working for you, that's good, bro. Very good, very good. The options on MasterCard are kind of expensive, though, for something that's not even moved in, like, forever. It's kind of odd. Breakout will go. Yeah, I don't know. I've never even heard of ADX. I know what the RSI is. What's up, Matthew? How's your day going, bro? Watching soccer. Nice. Hopefully France won. France better have won. Yes, go France. I'm just kidding. I don't even care. I just wanted to bet against the team you weren't rooting for. Goal! It's a goal! Yeah, we'll see. We will see. I wouldn't mind a sell-off. I'm trying to get some more long terms. About 2 hours, yeah. You got 2 hours for the press conference, an hour and a half for the report. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of day again. It's exercise time. So I'm going to need you guys to stand up out of your chairs, walk around, stretch a little bit, get some form of exercise. We've been sitting here for about 3 hours. We got 3.5 hours left, so you're definitely going to want to get some form of exercise. It's good for you. Also, during this time, we like to ask you to take a 5-10 minute break away from screens, away from phone screens. You don't need to watch stock charts all day. You don't need to watch your portfolio all day. If you're not posting live Twitter news in the chat as it comes out, then you're really not going to be missing anything. So get your exercises, take 5-10 minute break, run it. I'll be right back real quick. All right. Make sure you guys get your exercises. They're good for you. Damn, market's still selling off. Good shit. Good shit. Make sure you guys get your exercises. Get some hydration. It's going to be a long day. We got Pow Pow here in like less than 2 hours. Pow, pow, pow. Snapchat's still selling off. Hey. Almost up 100% on the Snapchats. Still kind of sad I didn't trade the at the monies, but it's okay. It's doing work for now. And we got a month of time, so run it, baby. Hopefully Pow Pow brings the volatility. The volatility. Feel like a young Jerome. Rode ahead in the Chevy with the vapors. AK-47 with them double wide paper. So I'll break up heaven and the rest of it for later. Rode ahead with my Chevy. Yeah, for sure. Next time I have a play I believe in, like Snapchat, I'm for sure trading at the money. Because it lame. It's killing it. I mean, yeah, I'm doing decent on the contracts, but it's like, it's another bounce off of that resistance level, man. Speaking of resistance levels, where's that ether? AMD about to come below 80. Jeez, the plays are expensive, bro. So expensive. How are they going to expect you to pay for that? That's crazy. I don't know who's buying that. 21. Ooh. I kind of like these. This was $12 this morning. This was 14. $14. I kind of like this play. I just don't know if I want it. It's kind of a YOLO. Kind of a YOLO. Got about an hour till the Fed, hour and a half for the press conference. Mr. Jerome. Mr. Jerome. Make sure to hit that like button if you have not. And much love. Much love. Come on, Snapchat, break that 60, bro. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Where's Spotify? I don't know what ORF is, but this thing is popping. Shit ton of volume, too. Like, that's crazy. Dude, ORF is lighting up the high ticker. That is a lot of volume. I don't know if it'd be worth trading, but that is a ton of volume. Snapchat just broke the 60. Looking like it's trying to bounce off of it. If we get a clean breakthrough there, that would be nice. What's our true resistance? Our true resistance is like 59.50, or maybe just 59. So if we can break through 59, that play will be nice. But if we don't break that, then I kind of fucked up on it. But that's okay, because there'll be more opportunity. That's crazy. I typed in money sign ORPH and into the tweet deck, bro, and man, we just have like such a blessed chat, bro. There's so much negativity in the stock market. Like, I just feel blessed to have beautiful people. Yeah, see, the in the money is on, or the at the money is on Snapchat were the best. These are already up 100%. Like, I'm almost up 100% on mine, but I just have such a small position, it doesn't even seem like that crazy. Realistically, these 60s were probably the best. These are up like 110% or something like that. The 55s were pretty fire as well. These are up almost 200%, actually, depending when you bought it. Very interesting. I'm learning a lot from this play. McDonald's is kind of selling off here. Yeah, those are expensive. Tesla come back over 600. Tal. Isn't that the education, online education? Calls? Who the fuck would play calls on that? This thing is slaughtered, bro. That's crazy. Like, I guess unless you get a crazy bounce. But I feel like calls are insane on that. Those are still... Nah, fuck that. That's insane. I feel like you'd be better off just like selling a credit spread or something on there. I guess if you get a nice bounce, you might get a... They would maybe be able to finesse just the volatility alone. But I don't know. That's sketch. Very sketch. Everyone left, man. We had a lot of people in the stream earlier. Now it's like everyone got impatient. I'm sure right as Jerome gets on, though, we'll see a bunch of people pile in. Snapchat's still selling off, bro. 100% on those plays. Hopefully Jerome don't clap us. Hopefully he helps us, if anything. That ORPH is still going. Hasn't even been halted. It got halted a couple times in the morning, but hasn't even been halted yet. Up about 130% on the day. Oil's coming down a lot as well. Hit 73 and it's down over $1. Clove is approaching a key support level at $12 mark. It's going to be pretty key when they hit that, where they go from there. The hype may be over on that one. Yeah, it's getting clapped. Makes sense. They're going to short that thing back down to the dirt if the apes don't come in. Clove, now. You get clove now. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, it's already popped twice. It hit $70 the other day. But I'm not touching it. I'm good on that. Here, let's get Jerome's beautiful face in here. It's been a while since we've seen Jerome. Long while. Where should I put it? Should I put it up at the top here? Then you can see the level 2 still. Feel like I'm young Jerome. we go. Still got a little over an hour until Mr. Jerome, though. Mr. Jerome. Snap bounced. No. Where's the banks? Damn. Those Wells Fargo plays were so cheap yesterday. Lamage. Hundreds of Southwest airline flights were delayed or canceled. They had that news yesterday as well. The stock didn't react. office sucks. I bet. At least you got a nice setup. Could be worse. Spy more lows on the day. Standard one. Hey, monitor's a monitor, bro. They all do the same thing. Hey, profit's profit, bro. Profit is profit. Yeah, you hit like 6 plays, so that's good. Very good. Spy bounced off that 423. Oh my gosh. Dow's really leading the way down. Looks a lot like Boeing. Boeing. Boeing's at a pretty key support level, actually. If it cracks through this, that probably won't be very good. There's a lot of things at key levels. Got about an hour till Mr. Jerome. Interest rate decision in 30 minutes. Walmart. Walmart. Still doing decent. It's just we got to see if we break down to lower lows. Because there's a lot of things hitting key like support levels. If we break lower lows, it's going to be interesting. But I'm assuming Jerome's going to whisper sweet nothings into all these investors' ears and we'll pop off. Most likely. But we will see, though. Nah, just wait. If you want to gamble, you can do whatever you want. I'm not gambling. I got the long term. So, if we pop off, I'm good. I've already got exposure. It could really go either way, though. Like, he could say all the right things and we could still drop. Need that volume on Snapchat to come back. That volume was crazy a little bit ago. Goldman Sachs on the low. What was I going to look at again? I forgot. I was going to look at something. I can't think of what it is now. Oh, yeah, $1. Expansive. Three. Got about 15 minutes till the interest rate decision. I'm sure it'll be unchanged. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Appreciate everyone being here. God bless you. What up, Kristen? What up? What up? What up? How you doing? God damn it. Oh no. Don't even start. You're gonna make them go crazy, bro. You gonna make them go crazy. Hitting more new lows on the day. God damn it. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. What up, hippo? Yeah, about 10 minutes till the interest rate decision. Market hitting new lows. Dow's leading the way down. A lot of your bigger names are still holding up. Interest rates will go up. No. Interest rates aren't going up for another year or two unless inflation gets crazy. They've already laid out the guidelines. They said they're not changing interest rates till 2023. So that's what I plan on. That low ticker is rolling, though. No, the Fed's not trolling. It's their job to tell you. It's not the 1970s anymore. They're going to tell you everything they have. And literally 6 months ago, they gave you a guideline all the way up until 2023 of exactly what was going to happen. And so far, everything they've laid out has happened. So, I mean, if you're not paying attention to that kind of stuff, then yeah, you might think that. But if you're actually paying attention to the Fed, then literally everything they're doing is everything that's happened is what they've said that's going to happen and what they've said they are going to be doing. So it's like, I don't know. You just got to listen. Like, I could probably go find that report. Maybe. It's going to be hard. I don't remember exactly when it was. That's a little too far back. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I forgot what it was. I just remember reading it. No, that's not how it works. like like I said, it's not the 1970s anymore. And we literally haven't passed any I'm pretty sure we haven't passed any other stimulus bills or like anything. So those are the things that are causing such high inflation. There's so much money in the system. And we haven't done anything like that since the last stimulus bill. But nah. Like, you can go look at the economic data instead of just like assuming what's going to happen. Go look at the actual data. Like I said, they literally gave you exactly what was going to happen. I just can't find the report. I don't remember what it was. Or where it was. Should just be on their website, but I literally can't find it. Yeah, like I said, they're not doing anything until 2023. Is it this? No, it's not that. Got about 5 minutes till the interest rate decision. 16 viewers. Oh, well, welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a blessed day so far. Make sure you hit that like button. And much love. You got about 5 minutes till the interest rate decision. And then, 3 minutes now, but then 30 minutes till the press conference. I don't know why I can't find this. Here it is. I think I just found it. Oh, shit. Interest rate decision should be out. They left it the same, which is to be expected. You're getting a pretty crazy reaction on the market here, though. I don't know why the market's tripping. Like, it's pretty obvious that they were going to do that. Fed says to continue buy at least $80 billion a month of treasuries and $40 billion a month of mortgage-backed securities. And so that shit's all the same. Yeah, I don't know why the market's reacting so negatively off that. It's literally exactly the expectations. Fed votes 11-0 for no change in the Fed rate. Dude, the market is reacting really negatively to this. Damn. Apple's down $2 off of that. Amazon's down like 20. Microsoft dropped down like almost $3. Unfortunately, Snapchat's still holding up. Boeing even dropped $1. Banks are kind of popping. Bank of America's really popping. It has nothing to do with inflation. Literally. It's a Fed interest rate decision. Unless people think that it staying the same is going to make it worse, but I doubt it. If we were going to hit insane inflation, we would have already hit it. But literally we haven't even hit the 2% average. Let's see. Federal Reserve is using its here. What we can let me put this up so you guys can see it. All right, so Federal Reserve is committed to using its full range of tools to support the U.S. economy in the challenging times, thereby promoting its maximum employment and price stability goals. Progress on vaccinations has reduced the spread of COVID-19 in the U.S. Amid this progress and strong policy support, indicators of economic activity and employment have strengthened. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic remain weak, but have shown improvement. Inflation has risen, largely reflecting transitory factors. Overall financial conditions remain accommodative, in part reflecting policy measures to support the economy and the flow of credit to the U.S. and households and businesses. Path of the economy will depend significantly on the course of the virus. Progress of vaccinations will likely continue to reduce the effects of the public health crisis on the economy, but risks to the economy outlook remain. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. With inflation having run persistently below this longer run goal, the committee will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time so that inflation averages 2% over time, and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. This is all the same shit. The committee expects to maintain an accommodative stance of monetary policy until its outcomes are achieved. The committee decides to keep the target range for the federal funds rate at 0 to 1/4% and expects it will be appropriate to maintain this target until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment. And inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. In addition, the Federal Reserve will continue to increase its holdings of treasury securities by at least $80 billion per month and of the agency mortgage-backed securities by at least $40 billion per month until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. These asset purchases help foster smooth market functions and accommodative financial conditions, thereby supporting the flow of credit to households and businesses. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The committee's assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on public health, labor market conditions, inflation pressures and inflation expectations, financial and international developments. So, literally, nothing has changed. Oh, we can look at the projections. There we go. Just go to the Federal Reserve website, federalreserve.gov, if you want to look at this stuff. So we can blow this up. Why is it so small? See the 2020. Oh no, that's the unemployment rate. See, look, if we go back to, where was that one I was looking at? Bank of America's popping. The banks like these. They really, really like these. Oh, we could just read this. I'm not reading all that. We'll just let Jerome tell us. Federal Reserve on Wednesday announced the extension of its temporary U.S. dollar liquidity swap lines with 9 central banks through December 31st, 2021. These arrangements were first announced on March 19th, 2020 to ease strains on the global dollar funding markets resulting from COVID-19 shock and to mitigate the effects of such strains on the supply of credit to households and businesses, both domestically and abroad. Extensions of this facility through March 2021 and later through September 2021 were announced on July 29th, 2020, and December 16th, 2020, respectively. A further extension of the temporary swap lines will help sustain improvements in the global U.S. dollar funding markets by serving as an important liquidity backstop. These swap lines allow the provision of U.S. dollar liquidity in amounts up to $60 billion each for the Reserve Bank of Australia, the Banco Central do Brazil, that was a weird thing, Bank of Korea, Banco de Mexico, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and New Zealand. Oh, $30 billion for Denmark, Norway, and New Zealand. So interesting, but nothing that wasn't expected, in my opinion. We can, you can go through this and compare everything, see if they changed really anything. Here, we'll blow it up a little bit. Yeah, of course the Fed saw an inflation jump. But everything's still the same, I'm pretty sure. This is the... Wait, which one's which? Okay, so this is the March one. So change in GDP, 3.3% for March. March was the last economic one, so that's still the same. The December projection actually came down 0.1. Unemployment rate came down 0.1. 0.3 for the March projection. The inflation went up 0.1, or the projection for 2022. See, the inflation expectation for 2021 went up a lot. That went up a whole point. So they are expecting a lot more inflation here in 2021, but everything else is pretty much the same. But, yeah, we'll just wait for Mr. Jerome to come on. If you guys want to go look at that, just go to the federalreserve.gov. Bank of America went crazy on that. You could have made a play on there. $9 to like 37. Or you could have played the 41.5s. That was like $15 into 60. Dude, banks are going ham. Too bad I was too busy reading for you guys. Bond yields are coming up. Like a lot. Like a lot. Dude, the dollar came up a shit ton. Dollar just broke out of the range. That's a huge move on the dollar. It's most likely because of those 2021 inflation expectations. They raised that up a whole point. But we got about 15 minutes till a press conference. So we'll see what Mr. Powell has to say. Yeah, pretty much everything dropped except the banks. The banks popped up. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Appreciate everyone being here right now. Hope you're having a blessed day so far. Tesla's still holding up that 600. And that low ticker is rolling. Check crypto. Not really seeing a huge reaction on crypto. Crypto's chilling. Oops. Compared to everything else, Baba actually didn't drop that much. Snapchat's still holding up. It's probably because it's already dropped so much on the day. And it's holding that key support level, like I was saying. Getting some crazy volatility. Got about 10 minutes till the press conference. Man, those Bank of America plays were heat, boy. Heat, boy. Damn, even the Wells Fargo ones were pretty good. $180 because I'm super hot, boy. Make sure you guys hit that like button. $80 points down. Nice. Nice. Market's kind of chilling out here. Might be chilled out up until the press conference. Huge move on the dollar, though. Walmart 137. Damn, McDonald's dropped a lot. That's a pretty big move on McDonald's. Well, the dollar's rising because people are selling out of assets into dollars. Got about 5 minutes. Mr. Pow Pow. Cristiano Ronaldo? What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about. Nah, I'm good right now. We're about to listen to the Fed. See, I missed that part. They also raised their expectation to increase the federal funds rate in 2023. I didn't even look at that. Interesting. Water over cola? All right, you got about 3 minutes to the Fed. Make sure you guys like that video. Appreciate you all being here. NVAX raw material shortage. Should be a really interesting Fed meeting. This is the first time we've seen like anything change. Really? One minute till Mr. Powell. Don't worry, I'll mute my mic so you guys can listen to your boy, Jerome. Ya boy. All right, where you at, Jerome? Where you stay? Make sure you hit that like button. Also hit that subscribe and notification bell so you can be notified when we go live.
Buckle up.
We're live.
Oh, you.
Market open to market close Monday through Friday. So you're definitely going to want to hit that subscribe and notification bell so you can be notified the second we go live. And also when we post videos. God bless you guys. Here
Hit
comes
me,
Mr.
Kruger.
Jerome. Or not. Turn up the volume. Yeah, of course. Come on, bro. What do you think this is? Amateur hour? We watch the Fed meetings all the time. We got this in the bag, bro. All right, here's Jerome.
Good afternoon. At the Federal Reserve, we are strongly committed to achieving the monetary policy goals that Congress has given us, maximum employment and price stability. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee kept interest rates near zero and maintained our asset purchases. These measures, along with our strong guidance on interest rates and on our balance sheet, will ensure that monetary policy will continue to deliver powerful support to the economy until the recovery is complete. Widespread vaccinations, along with unprecedented fiscal policy actions, are also providing strong support to the recovery. Indicators of economic activity and employment have continued to strengthen, and real GDP this year appears to be on track to post its fastest rate of increase in decades. Much of this rapid growth reflects the continued bounce back in activity from depressed levels. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic remain weak, but have shown improvement. Household spending is rising at a rapid pace, boosted by the ongoing reopening of the economy, fiscal support, and accommodative financial conditions. The housing sector is strong, and business investment is increasing at a solid pace. In some industries, near-term supply constraints are restraining activity. Forecasts from FOMC participants for economic growth this year have been revised up since our March summary of economic projections. Even so, the recovery is incomplete, and risks to the economic outlook remain. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve, although the pace of improvement has been uneven. Employment rose 419,000 per month on average in April and May, with the leisure and hospitality sector continuing to post notable gains. Employment in this sector and the economy as a whole remains well below pre-pandemic levels. The unemployment rate remained elevated in May at 5.8%, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the past year. Factors related to the pandemic, such as caregiving needs, ongoing fears of the virus, and unemployment insurance payments, appear to be weighing on employment growth. These factors should wane in coming months against a backdrop of rising vaccinations, leading to more rapid gains in employment. Looking ahead, FOMC participants project the labor market to continue to improve, with the median projection for the unemployment rate standing at 4.5% at the end of this year and declining to 3.5% by the end of 2023. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on lower-wage workers in the service sector and on African Americans and Hispanics. Inflation has increased notably in recent months. The 12-month change in PCE prices was 3.6% in April and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Part of the increase reflects the very low readings from early in the pandemic falling out of the calculation, as well as the pass-through of past increases in oil prices to consumer energy prices. Beyond these effects, we are also seeing upward pressure on prices from the rebound in spending as the economy continues to reopen, particularly as supply bottlenecks have limited how quickly production in some sectors can respond in the near term. These bottleneck effects have been larger than anticipated, and FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation, notably for this year. As these transitory supply effects abate, inflation is expected to drop back toward our longer-run goal, and the median inflation projection falls from 3.4% this year to 2.1% next year and 2.2% in 2023. The process of reopening the economy is unprecedented, as was the shutdown at the onset of the pandemic. As the reopening continues, shifts in demand can be large and rapid, and bottlenecks, hiring difficulties, and other constraints could continue to limit how quickly supply can adjust, raising the possibility that inflation could turn out to be higher and more persistent than we expect. Our new framework for monetary policy emphasizes the importance of having well-anchored inflation expectations, both to foster price stability and to enhance our ability to promote our broad-based and inclusive maximum employment goal. Indicators of longer-term inflation expectations have generally reversed the declines seen earlier in the pandemic and have moved into a range that appears broadly consistent with our longer-run inflation goal of 2%. If we saw signs that the path of inflation or longer-term inflation expectations were moving materially and persistently beyond levels consistent with our goal, we'd be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy. The pandemic continues to pose risks to the economic outlook. Progress on vaccinations has limited the spread of COVID-19 and will likely continue to reduce the effects of the public health crisis on the economy. However, the pace of vaccinations has slowed, and new strains of the virus remain a risk. Continued progress on vaccinations will support a return to more normal economic conditions. The Fed's policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. As the committee reiterated in today's policy statement, with inflation having run persistently below 2%, we will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time so that inflation averages 2% over time, and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. We expect to maintain an accommodative stance of monetary policy until these employment and inflation outcomes are achieved. With regard to interest rates, we continue to expect that it will be appropriate to maintain the current 0 to 1/4% target range for the federal funds rate until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. As is evident in the SEP, many participants forecast that these favorable economic conditions will be met somewhat sooner than previously projected. The median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate now lies above the effective lower bound in 2023. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a couple of years from now. More important than any forecast is the fact that whenever liftoff comes, policy will remain highly accommodative. Reaching the conditions for liftoff will mainly signal that the recovery is strong and no longer requires holding rates near zero. In addition, we are continuing to increase our holdings of Treasury securities by at least $80 billion per month and of agency mortgage-backed securities by at least $40 billion per month until substantial further progress has been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. The increase in our balance sheet since March 2020 has materially eased financial conditions and is providing substantial support to the economy. At our meeting that concluded earlier today, the committee had a discussion on the progress made toward our goals since the committee adopted its asset purchase guidance last December. While reaching the standard of substantial further progress is still a ways off, participants expect that progress will continue. In coming meetings, the committee will continue to assess the economy's progress toward our goals. As we have said, we will provide advance notice before announcing any decision to make changes to our purchases. On a final note, we made a technical adjustment today to the Federal Reserve's administered rates. The IOER and overnight RRP rates were adjusted upward by 5 basis points in order to keep the federal funds rate well within the target range and to support smooth functioning in money markets. This technical adjustment has no bearing on the appropriate path for the federal funds rate or stance of monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support the economy for as long as it takes to complete the recovery. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Chair. First, we'll go to Rachel Siegel, The Washington Post.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. I'm wondering if you can walk us through expectations you have specifically when it comes to the labor market going into 2023. And I'm curious about people who may have left the labor market, who have yet to come back, or who may face issues with childcare, perhaps they've retired early, any barriers that you see keeping people from the labor market as you consider full employment going into 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would say if you look at the labor market and you look at the demand for workers and the level of job creation and think ahead, I think it's clear, and I am confident that we are on a path to a very strong labor market, a labor market that shows low unemployment, high participation, rising wages for people across the spectrum. I mean, I think that's shown in our projections. It's shown in outside projections. And if you look through the current time frame and think 1 and 2 years out, we're going to be looking at a very, very strong labor market. In terms of exactly what that means, we'll have to see how things evolve. I think we learned during the course of the last very long expansion, the longest in our history, that labor supply during a long expansion can exceed expectations, can move above its estimated trend. And I have no reason to think that that won't happen again. At the same time, we have seen, in terms of participation, we've seen a significant number of people retire. And so we don't actually know exactly what labor force participation will be as we go forward, but I would tend to look at it and think that it can return to high levels, although it may take some time to do that. But overall, this is going to be a very strong labor market. In terms of the near term, you ask as well. So we see a few things that seem likely to be holding back labor supply. There are very large amounts of job openings, and there are a very large number of people who are unemployed, and the pace of filling those jobs somehow feels slower than it might be. So I'd point to a number of things. The first of which is just that most of the act of sort of going back to one's old job, that's kind of already happened. So this is a question of people finding a new job. And that's just a process that takes longer. There may be something of a speed limit on it. You've got to find a job where your skills match what the employer wants. It's got to be in the right area. There's just a lot that goes into the function of finding a job. So that's sort of a natural thing. In addition, I would say that we look at, for example, a significant number of people still say that they're concerned about going back to work in jobs where there's a lot of public facing because of COVID. So that's clearly holding back some people, and that should diminish as vaccinations move ahead. There's also the question of childcare. Many are engaged in caretaking, and as schools reopen and childcare daycare centers open in the fall, or not in the fall, then we should see that supporting labor force participation by caretakers. Finally, unemployment insurance for something like 15 million people will either end or be diminished as we move through the summer and into the fall by the end of September. And I'd like some that may also encourage some to go back in and take jobs. So you would think that would add to an increase in job creation as well. So you put all those together, I would expect that we would see strong job creation building up over the summer and going into the fall. I will also say, though, the last thing I'll say is this is an extraordinarily unusual time, and we really don't have a template or any experience of a situation like this. And so I think we have to be humble about our ability to understand the data. It's not a time to try to reach hard conclusions about the labor market, about inflation, about the path of policy. We need to see more data. We need to be a little bit patient. And I do think, though, that we'll be seeing some things coming up in coming months that will inform our thinking.
Thank you. Paul Kiernan.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Thanks for the question. The committee's medium forecast on inflation seems to assume a pretty tame outlook for the rest of the year. As you know, the 3-month annualized rate for the past 3 months was, I think, 8.4% in the CPI. And I'm just wondering sort of how much longer we can sustain those kinds of rates before you get nervous. Thanks.
So inflation has come in above expectations over the last few months. But if you look behind the headline numbers, you'll see that the incoming data are consistent with the view that the prices that are driving that higher inflation are from categories that are being directly affected by the recovery from the pandemic and the reopening of the economy. So, for example, the experience with lumber prices is illustrative of this. The thought is that prices like that have moved up really quickly because of the shortages and bottlenecks and the like, they should stop going up, and at some point they in some cases should actually go down. And we did see that in the case of lumber. Another example where we haven't seen that yet is prices for used cars, which accounted for more than a third of the total increase in core inflation. Used car prices are going up because of sort of a perfect storm of very strong demand and limited supply. It's going up at just an amazing annual rate. But we do think that it makes sense that would stop and that, in fact, it would reverse over time. So we think we'll be seeing some of that. When will we be seeing it? We're not sure. That narrative still seems quite likely to prove correct, though, although, as I pointed out at the last press conference, the timing of that is pretty uncertain, and so are the effects in the near term. But over time, it seems likely that these very specific things that are driving up inflation will be temporary. And we'll be we're going to be looking. We'll be looking at the monthly pricing data. I'll also say that the labor market is going to be important both for the maximum employment goal, but also for inflation. And we'll be looking at that. And as I mentioned, we expect, and I expect, that we'll see increases in supply over coming months as the factors that we believe have been suppressing supply abate, wane, move down. So I can't give you an exact number or an exact time, but I would say that we do expect inflation to move down. If you look at the forecasts for 2021 and 2022 and 2023 among my colleagues on the Federal Open Market Committee, you'll see that people do expect inflation to move down meaningfully toward our goal. And I think the full range of inflation projections for 2023, it falls between 2 and 2.3%, which is consistent with our goals.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Ilan Mui at CNBC.
Hi, thank you, Chair Powell, for doing this. My question for you is that you mentioned that your colleagues did have a discussion about the progress that you're making toward your goals in order to consider tapering your asset purchases. In that discussion, you said that you haven't made substantial progress yet, but that you expect to continue to make progress. In that discussion, did you guys talk about a timeline for when you expect to see that progress be made and when you might consider starting to reduce those purchases?
Right. So I expect that we'll be able to say more about timing as we see more data, basically. There's not a lot of more light I can shed on that. But you can think of this meeting that we had as the talking about meeting, if you like. And I now suggest that we retire that term, which has served its purpose well, I think. So committee participants were of the view that since we adopted that guidance in December, the economy has clearly made progress, although we are still a ways from our goal of substantial further progress. Participants expect continued progress ahead toward that objective. And assuming that is the case, it will be appropriate to consider announcing a plan for reducing our asset purchases at a future meeting. So at coming meetings, the committee will continue to assess the economy's progress toward our goals and will give advance notice before announcing any decision. The timing, of course, Ilan, will depend on the pace of that progress and not on any calendar.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Chris Rugaber, AP.
Right, thank you. Well, you mentioned, let me ask about inflation expectations. You said they were, I think you mentioned in your opening statement that you saw them as within target. Does that mean that some of the shorter term measures we've seen out there, such as the New York Federal Reserve's 3-year outlook, which jumped a bit, should those sort of be dismissed? And are we only looking at longer term inflation expectations? And would you describe those as still well anchored at this point? And on a related note, would the Fed consider publishing its index of common inflation expectations on a monthly basis? Thank you.
So we do tend to look at the longer term inflation expectations because that's really, we think, what matters for inflation. The shorter term ones do tend to move around based on, for example, gasoline prices. So you'll see if gasoline prices were to spike, you'll see the shorter term inflation expectation measures, particularly the surveys, move up. And that's maybe not a good signal for future inflation if gas happens to spike and then go back down again. Yes, I think if you look at the broad range of longer term inflation expectations, they've moved up. They moved down at the beginning of the pandemic, sort of further exacerbating concerns that we might find ourselves where, for example, the ECB and the Bank of Japan have been, where you have expectations and inflation itself sliding down, and you have a really hard time stopping that process once it begins. So that was a concern. So it's good actually to see longer-term inflation expectations move back up to a range. It's a range that's consistent with what our objectives are. These are not precise measures, and they contain risk premiums of various kinds, and that's why we look at a broad range of them and tend to look at the movement of that broad range of indicators, which are from surveys of economists, surveys of the public, and also market-based. It's a wide index, as I'm sure you know. We look at that and we see them back in the range where they were, and by the way, they've been broadly higher than that, somewhat modestly higher than that, not so many years ago, at a time when inflation was still anchored and at around 2% or maybe even a little bit below. So the answer is yes, I think they are anchored, and they're at a good place right now. It's gratifying to see them having moved up off of their pandemic lows. And as you know, it's fundamental in our framework, our new framework, to assure that longer-term inflation expectations are anchored at a place that is consistent with our goal. We think that's an important reason. If inflation expectations are not anchored at a place that's consistent with your goal, it's not clear why you would expect to hit your goal over the longer term. So it's important.
Okay, now we'll go to James Politi with the FT.
Chair Powell. Hi, thanks, Chair Powell. Your economic projections today forecast 7% growth in 2022, unemployment of 4.5%, and core inflation of 3%. If those conditions are achieved by the end of the year, would that constitute substantial further progress in your mind? And kind of more broadly, when you look at the sort of median forecast for interest rates in 2023 showing not one but two interest rate increases at the time, I mean, is this kind of, can you describe the sort of tone of the discussion in the committee, and are we really moving towards sort of a post-pandemic stance? Is there greater confidence that the recovery will be a full recovery sooner than expected?
On your first question, the judgment of when we have arrived at substantial further progress is one that the committee will make, and it would not be appropriate for me to lay out particular numbers that do or do not qualify. That is the process that we're beginning now. At the next meeting, we will begin meeting by meeting to assess that progress and talk about what we think we're seeing, and just do all of the things that you do to sort of clarify your thinking around the process of deciding whether and how to adjust the pace and composition of asset purchases. In terms of the two hikes, so let me say a couple things. First of all, not for the first time about the dot plot. These are, of course, individual projections. They're not a committee forecast. They're not a plan. And we did not actually have a discussion of whether liftoff is appropriate at any particular year, because discussing liftoff now would be highly premature. It wouldn't make any sense. In our if you look at the transcripts from 5 years ago, you'll see that sometimes people mention their rate path in their interventions. Often they don't. And the last thing to say is the dots are not a great forecaster of future rate moves, and that's not because it's just because it's so highly uncertain. There is no great forecaster of future dots. So dots to be taken with a big grain of salt. However, so let me talk about this meeting. The committee spelled out, as you know, in our FOMC statements, the conditions that it expects to see before an adjustment in the target range is made. And it's outcome-based, it's not time-based, and as I mentioned, it's labor market conditions consistent with maximum employment, inflation at 2%, and on track to exceed 2%. And the projections, they give some sense of how participants see the economy evolving in their most likely case. And honestly, the main message I would take away from the SEP is that participants, many participants, are more comfortable that the economic conditions in the committee's forward guidance will be met somewhat sooner than previously anticipated. And that would be a welcome development. If such outcomes materialize, it means the economy will have made faster progress toward our goals. So the other thing I'll say is rate increases are really not at all the focus of the committee. The focus of the committee is the current state of the economy, but in terms of our tools, it's about asset purchases. That's what we're thinking about. Liftoff is well into the future. The conditions for liftoff were very far from maximum employment, for example. It's a consideration for the future. So the near-term thing is really, the near-term discussion that will begin is really about the path of asset purchases. And as I mentioned, we had a discussion about that today and expect to, at future meetings, continue to think about our progress.
Thank you. We'll go to Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace.
Chair Powell, continuing in that vein, when you're ready, how will you go about signaling the start of tapering when you do decide to do that?
So our intention for this process is that it will be orderly, methodical, and transparent. And I can just tell you we see real value in communicating well in advance what our thinking is, and we'll try to be clear. And as I mentioned, we'll give advance notice before announcing a decision to taper. And so all I can say is that we think it's important We think where the balance sheet's concerned, a lot of notice, as much transparency as we can give, and as far in advance as we can, to give people a chance to adjust their expectations. And we expect to be in that business until we reach substantial further progress, and then have a decision. Again, I have nothing further on time. It wouldn't be appropriate to say we're going to have to see more data. We're a ways away from substantial further progress, we think, but we're making progress.
So you can't say generally how far in advance you would signal.
Again, as we approach that goal, we'll provide as much clarity as we can.
Great, thank you. Going to Craig Torres at Bloomberg.
Craig Torres at Bloomberg. If I were a businessman looking at the forecast today, I would ask how and when the Fed seeks to achieve an average of 2% inflation. In other words, does the FOMC have a look-back period, or does it plan to suppress inflation in outer years? Because over the next 3 years, you're going to be above inflation. So what is your look-back period? Does the committee have one? And if not, why not? And if they don't, why isn't this just flexible inflation targeting without an average in a range of 2 to 2.25%? Thanks.
So as part of our year-and-a-half-long process, the review that we did and came out with at the end of that with the new statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, we looked carefully at the idea. We've all read all of the literature around different formulas for makeup and things like that, and we concluded, and I strongly agree, that it's not wise to wed yourself to a particular formulation of that. So we did adopt a discretionary. There's an element of discretion in it. It says that we will seek inflation that runs moderately above 2% for some time, and it's meant to create a broad sense that we want inflation to average 2% over time. But that under the old formula, under the old framework, what was happening was 2% was a ceiling, because all of the errors were below. You were always getting back to 2%, so you were bouncing back and forth between 1.5 and 2, and we wanted them to be centered around 2. So that's the approach that we're taking. You're right. It's not a formula-like approach. We were clear on that when we announced the framework. Was there another part of your question, Craig?
That pretty much answers it, Chair Powell. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Michael Derby.
Thanks for taking my question. So I wanted to ask you about the reverse repo usage that we've seen lately. I was curious if you are at all concerned about the level of money flowing into the reverse repo facility, and do you believe that the changes in the Fed's rate control toolkit today will have any impact on that? And then in a related question, do you think that Fed asset purchases are taking too many safe assets out of the market right now and creating maybe some dislocations in the money markets?
So on the facility, we think it's doing its job. We think it's doing the reverse repo facility is doing what it's supposed to do, which is to provide a floor under money market rates and keep the federal funds rate well within its range. So we're not concerned with it. It's doing. You have an unusual situation where the Treasury General account is shrinking and bill supply is shrinking, and so there's downward pressure. We're buying assets. There's downward pressure on short-term rates, and that facility is doing what we think it's supposed to do. Sorry, your second question was again?
Yeah, I mean, the change in the rate control toolkit, will that have any impact on, do you think that will reduce the amount of money coming into reverse repos? Will that have any impact on money market conditions that, beyond the Fed funds rate setting?
It could have some impact. I think we'll have to see empirically, but it's designed to keep the federal funds rate within the range, and I do think it could have some effect on broader money market conditions below, as it relates to the very low rates and the downward pressures.
Okay. And do you think it will lower uptake on the reverse repo facility, or that's just not even really a focus of what the change was?
It's not honestly, and the funny thing, you would think that it would, but we'll have to see. It's possible that would not be the case. Well, that's going to be an empirical question.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I will go to Gina Smialik, The New York Times.
Hey, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. I was wondering if you could follow up a little bit on your response to Rachel at the very beginning and talk a little bit about how we should understand what full employment means in a world that, as you mentioned, is pretty roiled. All the data has been pretty roiled by the pandemic, and we're not really sure where EPOP is going to settle in. We're not sure where participation is going to settle in, and wages are already looking decent. So I guess I wonder what full employment means in this context and sort of how you're thinking about those wage data.
Yeah, as you well know, there isn't one indicator we can look to, and there's no one number that we can therefore point to. We look at a range of indicators, and it's a very broad range. You can count to a high number just quickly, but certainly it will include things like unemployment and participation and wages and many different flavors of that. So how do we think about it? A couple things. We're all going to be informed by what we saw in the last cycle, which was labor supply outperforming expectations over a long period of time. Now, that hadn't happened in many other cycles, but this was a very long cycle. So we're going to have to be alert to see whether that can happen again. It's a different economy. We have had a slew of retirements, and that may weigh on participation. That effect, though, should wear off in a few years, and as you move through that window, because people would have retired anyway, and you'll be back where you would have been. So I think the lesson number one is just to be careful about assessing maximum employment, and I think during the last cycle there were waves of concern that we were reaching full employment as early, as 2012 when I arrived at the Fed, and 8 years later, we were still creating jobs, and it was quite remarkable. So we're all going to be informed by that. At the same time, we understand this is a different economy. The demographics people are getting older, and that should have a secular effect of reducing participation over time. So we have to be sensible about what can be done. But I think we're going to lean into that and be optimistic. You asked about wages. We're seeing wage increases. That's sort of a natural thing to be seeing in a strong economy. And what we're seeing is that we don't see anything that's troubling in the sense of what would be troubling would be, very wide across the economy, wages at unsustainable levels without high inflation. In other words, wages in excess of productivity and inflation by a meaningful amount broadly across the economy, sort of forcing companies to keep raising prices and getting into a wage price cycle. That's the old formula one of the old formulas for having high inflation. We don't see anything like that now. We do see high wages. We see them for people who are mostly new, entering into new jobs, many of them in low-skilled jobs. And but we do think you've got a thing in the labor market right now where supply and demand are just not matched up well. And we think it's a flexible economy, and it will clear. There will be a level at which supply and demand meet, and we think that'll be happening in coming months. So, but the last thing I'll say is, again, if you look at the forecasts, we're going to be in a very strong labor market pretty quickly here. There's still a big group of unemployed people, and we're not going to forget about them. We're going to do everything we can to get people back into work and give them the chance to work. But there's every reason to think that we'll be in a labor market with very attractive numbers, with low unemployment, high participation, and rising wages across the spectrum. So that's a little bit how we're looking at the labor market.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Hannah Lang at The American Banker.
Hi, I wanted to ask about the status of your thinking around the supplementary leverage ratio right now. Is the Fed still thinking about ways to permanently adjust this to account for the high growth in deposits? And do you ultimately believe a permanent fix is needed? And Any information on the timing around that would be helpful.
I can say is we're working on it. Don't have anything to share with you in terms of the particulars or the timing right now, unfortunately. But we've always, our position has been for a long time, and it is now, that we like the leverage ratio to be a backstop to risk-based capital requirements. When leverage requirements are binding, it does skew incentives for firms to substitute low-risk assets for high-risk ones. It's a straightforward thing. And because of the substantial increase in reserves, treasuries, and other safe assets in the banking system, the SLR is rapidly ceasing to be the intended backstop that for our big firms that we want it to be. So we do think it's appropriate to consider ways to adapt it to this new high reserves environment, and we're looking hard at the issue. We would also, just to be really clear, we will take whatever actions are necessary to assure that any changes we do make or recommend do not erode the overall strength of bank capital requirements. Sorry, I can't give you any more. That's just something we're working on.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Anakin Tappa at CNN Business.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. Chairman Powell, the price jumps we've seen in some raw materials, lumber, for example, you mentioned it earlier, seem to be easing, and it looks like we're at the beginning of suppliers catching up with demand. But I wonder if you're worried at all if we're going to end up with excess supply immediately after those shortages wear off, and if we just continue this mismatch as we're recovering and getting out of the pandemic economy. And I wonder how that would affect the Fed's outlook at all.
Well, that is really not the problem we're having right now. But actually, people who work in commodity industries are very focused on that, because they know that they don't want to build capacity and then find out that it's not necessary. So really, the problem now is that demand is very, very strong. Incomes are high. People have money on their in the bank accounts. Demand for goods is extremely high, and it hasn't come down. We're seeing the service sector reopening, and so you're seeing prices are moving back up off their lows there. But in terms of overcorrecting, I mean, I think there is a possibility on the other side of this that inflation could actually be quite low going forward. But that's not really where our focus is right now. Our focus right now is we need to. Our expectation is that these high inflation readings that we're seeing now will start to abate, and that's what we think, and it'll be like the lumber experience and like we expect the used car experience to be, with things like airplane tickets and hotels, which are the other two factors in the most recent CPI report that went up a lot. We expect that those prices will get back up to where they were, but there's no reason to think that they're going to keep going up a lot. Because if they are, people will build new hotels. There's no reason for supply and demand to be out of whack in the hotel business over any period of time. So we think that'll happen. I think in terms of the timing and the effects on inflation in the near term, there's a lot of uncertainty. The overall story is one that we think is right, and we think the incoming data support it. And so do many and if you look at the forecasts on the FOMC, you will see that as well. But we don't in any way dismiss the chance that it can work out that this goes on longer than expected, and the risk would be that over time it does begin to affect inflation expectations. And if we see inflation expectations and inflation or inflation moving up in a way that is really materially above what we would see as consistent with our goals, and persistently so, we wouldn't hesitate to use our tools to address that. Price stability is half of our mandate, and we would certainly do that. We do not expect that, though. That is not our base case, and in that we're joined by many other forecasters. But there's a lot to be humble about among forecasters. Forecasters have a lot to be humble about. It's a highly uncertain business. And we're very much attuned to the risks and watching the data carefully. In the meantime, I would say, we should, as I mentioned earlier, there's so much uncertainty around this. It's just a unique situation that we need to see how things evolve in coming months and see how that story holds up and act accordingly.
Thank you. We'll go to Howard Schneider at Reuters.
Howard Schneider, Reuters. Thanks, Chair Powell, for taking this. I don't want to miss the moment here, and I noticed that in the statement you dropped the language saying that the pandemic is weighing on the economy. So is this the effective end, in your view, of the pandemic as a constraint on economic activity, even though it's still cited as a risk?
You know, it's a continuum, right? What you've seen with the pandemic is sharply declining cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, and that's great. And you know that should continue. But you know, you also saw in the United Kingdom, which has, I think, at least as high, if not higher, vaccination rates. They've had an outbreak of the Delta variety, and it's causing them to have to react to that. So you're not out of the woods at this point, and it would be premature in my thinking, it would be premature to declare victory. Vaccination has a ways to go to get to levels. It would be good to see it get to a substantially higher level, and you know that can only help. You're right. The statement language is evolving. I would expect it to continue to evolve. There's a lot of judgment in that, but you can expect us to drag our feet a little bit on that because that's what you do with statement language. It's great to see the progress, but again, I would not declare victory yet. I would say it is so great to see the reopening of the economy, though, and to see people out living their lives again. You know, who doesn't want to see that? And it appears to be safe, and I just would encourage people to continue to get vaccinated.
If I could follow up on that, if you view the statement in toto and the dots and the steps as well, do you think this is more a mark-to-market exercise around the improvement in health or around the inflation risks you see developing out there?
I think it's both. No, I think clearly since March, what's happened is people have grown more confident in these very strong outcomes that they'll be achieved. Very strong outcomes in the economy will be achieved. There's more grounds for confidence. We've seen growth come in higher than we expected. We've seen very strong labor demand. We've also seen inflation above target, though, and I think even though in our forecasters' case, they do see inflation coming back down over 22 and 23 into areas that are very consistent with our mandate. Nonetheless, the risk is something that can factor into people's thinking about appropriate monetary policy. The thing is, these are 18 different forecasts, and I can't stand here and say exactly what was in all 18 people's minds, but that is something that I think can factor into things as well, factor into our forecasts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Victoria Guida with Politico.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask a little bit more about inflation to make sure I understand how you're thinking about this. So in the projections, inflation is expected to be high this year and then come back down next year and then maybe start to rise a little bit again, enough for a liftoff in 2023. I know that's obviously, take that with a grain of salt, but that would suggest that you all could theoretically see inflation sustainably staying above 2%. And so I guess my question is, what would be causing that inflation? What would be, because it seems like you all now see a situation in which inflation would be rising in a way that isn't caused by transitory factors in the next couple of years. So would that be the result of a tight labor market? Would that be because this whole situation has raised people's inflation expectations? How are you thinking about that?
So what we're seeing in the near term, again, our base case is that what we're seeing in the near term is principally associated with the reopening of the economy and not with a tight labor market or tight resource constraints, really. But you're right. When you get to in the forecast, all of that, the supply and demand sides of the economy adapt. We have a very highly adaptive, flexible economy, more so than most. And by 2023, those increases are really about rising resource utilization, or to put it a different way, low unemployment or high employment is a way to think about it. So that's what that's about. That's about the kind of broad inflationary pressure that results from a really strong expansion, tightening up resource utilization across the whole economy, and lifting lifting up inflation. That's why, and that's why you would see it then, because by then, in the forecast, and it's just a forecast, they're just individual forecasts. In people's forecasts, that's what's happening.
So the change in the projections reflect the fact that you all are more optimistic about the economic outlook, and not necessarily that you think that this will change the way people think about inflation.
Yeah, I think there may be an element of the latter as well, because inflation expectations have continued to move up. It's all in people's individual thinking, and you can't. It's hard to say. It's not something the committee debates in terms of what the outlook is for 2023. So I'm a little bit speculating, which I shouldn't do, but I wouldn't surprise me if there's an element for some people in seeing the inflation performance that we've had and thinking that I have more confidence that we could see inflation above 2%, that it may not be as hard to do that as we thought, and that inflation expectations may move up to a level. They were really at a level that was kind of a little below 2%. They might move up as a consequence of this, or as a consequence of the new framework. We did see inflation expectations moving up in the wake of the announcement of the framework, but we don't really know that. So ultimately, I think it's consistent with both those things.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Greg Robb at MarketWatch.
Hi. Thank you for taking my question. Chair Powell, I'm just looking at the forecast, and the one thing I just don't think it's been talked about all that much is how much the Fed thinks that the economy is going to slow next year. I mean, are we looking at a scenario of a slowing economy next year as with higher inflation? And what do you think about that?
We're looking at an economy that will not have the degree of fiscal support. The fiscal support in the forecasts is much less than it was this year. So, but you've still got a very strong growth, well above the longer run potential output of the economy. You've got growth meaningfully above that, and inflation is lower next year in all of our forecasts. I think the range of core PCE forecasts for next year is 1.7 to 2.5 in 2022, and 2 to 2.3 in 2023. So you're right. You're seeing. I can't remember the number, but it might be in the 3.5% growth for next year. That's a really good year. Coming on the back of a 7% growth year, that's a really good year. That's a year with a lot of momentum. That'll cause significant job creation, and it will. I mean, we would take 3.5%. We didn't have a 3.5% growth year. We didn't have a 3% growth year between the global financial crisis and the end of the expansion. So that would be a good year.
Doesn't it seem like there's a risk of like stagflation, where that you're going to go from 7% and down? That means the economy is really dropping in some way. We haven't seen that, right?
The economy's not the economy is still growing, and growing at a very healthy rate. Our estimate, I mean, different people have different estimates, but broadly speaking, economists think the economy has the potential to grow at around 2% per year. If you're growing above that, then the unemployment rate should be declining. People should be being pulled into the labor force. Wages should be going up. Lots of things should be happening. Businesses should be investing. So, I guess to answer your question a different way, is there a risk that inflation will be higher than we think? Yes. As I said earlier, we don't have any certainty about the timing or the extent of these effects from reopening, and therefore we don't think that we think it's unlikely that they would materially affect the underlying inflation dynamics that the economy's had for a quarter of a century. The underlying forces around the globe that have created those dynamics are intact, and those are aging population, low productivity, globalization, all of those things that we think have really held down inflation. All that's out there still. When we get through this, we'll be facing those same forces. Nonetheless, is there a risk that inflation will remain higher than we thought? Yes, and if we see inflation moving above our goals in a time, to an extent, to a level or persistently enough, we would be prepared to use our tools to address that.
Thank you. Going to Brian Chung with Yahoo.
Chairman Powell, Brian Chung, Yahoo Finance. On that point, you talked about maybe some of the more structural changes in that last answer with regards to productivity. I noted that the median projection for R-star, the longer-term interest rate, is still the same at 2.5%. But there's been some literature out there that maybe the COVID crisis could have actually changed some of the underlying fundamentals of the economy and maybe changed productivity, in addition to combine with demographic changes that have already been in effect to suggest that that longer term neutral rate or R-star might be higher. What would the implications of that be for monetary policy? Do you think that maybe the Fed could have the possibility of underestimating the long run neutral rate, and what might be the impact of that?
A higher neutral rate would mean that interest rates would run higher by that amount. And that would be a good thing from the standpoint of the economy, because it would give the Fed more room to cut rates. The problem with interest rates being close to the lower bound, of course, is that it really cuts into our ability to react to a downturn, for example, a pandemic. And if you look, for example, at the European Central Bank, their policy rate was well below zero when the pandemic hit. So we don't want to be in a place where we can't react. A higher neutral rate would be, from that narrow standpoint, would be a good thing for us. It would give us more room, and therefore then that would tend to result in better outcomes for the economy over time. You can't estimate it with great precision. I think we would be alert to, studying R-star is a whole industry unto itself, and I think we would be alert to factors that might raise R-star, the neutral rate of interest, and we'd try to keep up with that, and I think we're all thinking about that and the possibility of that. There are a lot of stories right now that essentially could lead to higher productivity growth and higher R-star. We don't know which of those stories will come true, but I'll give you an example. It's just there are a lot of startups, a lot of early stage companies, and is that going to have that effect? We don't know, but we'll be watching those things carefully.
Great. Thank you. For the last question, we'll go to Michael McKee at Bloomberg TV.
Mr. Chairman, of course, you'll be shocked to learn that you have some critics on Wall Street. And I would like to paraphrase a couple of their criticisms and get your reaction to them. One is that the new policy framework is that you react to actual data and do not react to forecasts, yet the actual inflation data is coming in hot, and you're relying on the forecast that it will cool down in order to make policy. I wanted to get your view on how you square that. Another is that you have a long runway, you've said, for tapering with announcements, but if the data keep coming in faster than expected, are you trapped by fear of a taper tantrum from advancing the time period at which you announce a taper? And finally, you've said the Fed knows how to combat inflation, but raising rates also slows the economy. And there's a concern that you might be sacrificing the economy if you wait too long and have to raise rates too quickly.
So that's a few questions there. But so let me say first, I think people misinterpret the framework. I think there's nothing wrong with the framework, and there's nothing in the framework that would in any way interfere with our ability to pursue our goals. That's for starters. All of our discussions and all of our thinking and planning are taking place in the context of our new framework. We're strongly committed to it. We think it's well suited to our goals, including in this unique time. And I think if you look at the forecasts that we written down, our committee is solidly behind them. The forecasts are all consistent with that. Your specific question, I guess, was will we be behind the curve? And that's not the situation we're facing at all. The situation that we addressed in our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy was a situation in which employment was at very high levels, but inflation was low. And what we said was we wouldn't raise interest rates just because unemployment was low, employment was high, if there was no evidence of inflation or other troubling imbalances. So that's what we said. That is not at all the current situation. The current situation, we have many millions of people who are unemployed, and we have inflation running well above our target. The question we face with this inflation is nothing to do with our framework. It's a very difficult version of a standard a central banking question, and that is, how do you separate in inflation? How do you separate things that follow from broad upward price pressures from things that really are a function of sort of idiosyncratic factors due to particular things? I mean, a classic example was, to pick a narrow example, was the cell phone price war back in 2017. If you remember, prices were incredibly low, and it held down core PCE by 0.3 or something for a year, and then it fell out. So this is much bigger than that. And of course, it's not easy to tell in real time which is which, but that's the question you would face under really any framework. And we're trying to sort that out. I've tried to explain that today about how we think about that. And we do think that these are temporary factors and that they'll wane. We can't be absolutely certain about the timing of that, and we're prepared to use our tools as appropriate. Your second one was, we will taper when we feel that the economy has achieved substantial further progress, and we will communicate very carefully in advance on that, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do, and we will follow through on that. There's no, we will do what we can to avoid a market reaction, but ultimately, when we achieve our macroeconomic goal, we will taper as appropriate. The third thing was, what was the third thing?
If you raise rates to control inflation, you also slow the economy. And the history of the Fed is that sometimes you go too far.
That's right. And we have to balance the two goals, maximum employment and price stability. Often they do pull in the same direction, of course. But when we raise interest rates to control inflation, there's no question that it has an effect on activity, and that's one of the channels through which we get to inflation. We don't think that we're in a situation like that right now. We think that the economy is recovering from a deep hole, an unusual hole, actually, because it's to do with shutting down the economy. It turns out it's a heck of a lot easier to create demand than it is to bring supply back up to snuff. That's happening all over the world. There's no reason to think that process will last indefinitely. But we're gonna watch carefully to make sure that evolving inflation and our understanding of what's happening is right. And in the meantime, we'll conduct policy appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Well. Wasn't that fun? Did you guys enjoy that? Hopefully you got to make some moves on that volatility. If you did, God bless you. If you didn't, who cares? There's going to be more opportunity. Shit. If you're patient enough, you can just wait till 2023 and you'll be slapping. But get a long term. God bless you. Thank you for everyone who hung out here. We got about 30 minutes till the market closes. And yeah. That's not what I said. I said if you're patient, you'll be able to make moves. But if you're not patient and you blow all your money before then, I don't know. We'll see. Get a long term though. If there's anything you should take away from that, is get a long term. Yeah, of course, bro. Always got to put up the pow pow. The pow pow. Appreciate you guys hanging out here. Yeah, there was multiple trading opportunities. I was too busy making food. I thought food was more important than trading. I like food. Neither. But that was fun. Good times. Always good times with Jerome. I hate eating during the day, though, because then I get all tired. Nah, I just made a sandwich, bro. Alright, for sure, Jake. Have a good rest of your day, bro. Yeah. Is there any earnings after hours? I think we got like one company. What day is it? Wednesday? Yeah. Oh, we had Oracle yesterday. Oh, never mind. You got Kroger before open tomorrow. And you got Adobe after hours tomorrow. Ooh. Got about 20 minutes till the close. Damn, Snapchat came back up a lot. That kind of sucks. Yeah, those plays are still holding up, though. I still like it. I mean, I got a month of time on there. We're up 100%, so might as well hold it. Screw it. And worst thing that happens is we lose on it, which we planned on anyway. What's up, Michael? Just chilling, bro. Just watched some Pow Pow. Ate some food. Now I'm kind of tired, but just waiting for the close. Really need to stop eating during the day because I just like get so burnt out after I eat. Dude, Amazon is ripping. Ripping. Well, what have you been up to, Michael? That's funny. $210 strike. That is weird. But the bid's probably 0. Yeah. The bid's 0, it doesn't matter. They can have the ask as high as they want. They'll just scam people. If someone's dumb enough to buy that. If there's no bid, that means there's nobody even trying to sell it. Or trying to buy it, I mean. They'll gladly take your money if you want to get it, though. What's up, Matthew? You miss Pow Pow. Mr. Pow Pow. Soccer? I mean, that's basically POW. Just back and forth. Because people want it. Supply and demand. More people probably want GameStop than a lot of stocks. At least retail. Nah. I mean, GameStop's down a lot. It was literally over $300 last week, so makes sense that it would come back up. It's just going to trade this range. It was up higher yesterday. It's just a day trade asset these days. You could just literally trade GameStop all day, and you'd probably be able to make quite a bit of money if you have the buying power for it. She's a beaut. She a brute. She ain't no beaut. Straight brute. You weren't in here when it first popped off, and how many people came in here said they were lost grands. Racks, bro. That thing is real brute. For old time's sake, I didn't touch it. I just remember a lot of people coming in the chat being down like 50%, asking me what they should do, and I'm like, probably just shouldn't have traded it. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Pray. They all ask me what I pray about. You got about 10 minutes till market close. They all ask me what I pray about. That was 5 months ago, bro. I wasn't going to tell someone to average down on that. No way. How you gonna how would you expect me to tell someone down like 20-30K or more to buy more? That isn't, I don't know. I just don't think that's good advice. They already put their life savings in it. They probably can't even average down. I don't even think anyone that's in here right now was here at those times. I don't think. I don't even think Matthew was here. No, nobody was here. Really. I think it was still the Colt. Digging boomer stocks. True. Truth be told. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't tell someone to do that. especially if they've had no experience. If it was something that had more experience, then maybe, but like a lot of those people at that time were brand new to the market. They wouldn't even understand that concept. Be like, buy more. Okay. Okay. I'll buy more. That's how it was, bro. Like I said, you guys weren't here for that. You guys didn't see the things I saw. It was like Vietnam, bro. You only hear stories of it. You weren't actually there. I mean, you guys all had your own experience with it, of course, but like that was the first month of me streaming and I was like blown away. Like, dude, are you kidding me? Why do you think I hate meme stocks so much? Like, it's literally not even like, I know the opportunity that's there, but it's what I got introduced to when I first started streaming. I'm just like, bro, I can't support this shit ever. I don't care how much money there is to be made. I'll never support it. I remember when there was still a lot of hype in the stock. I think I have a or a option recap about it. GameStop like popped up one day and literally like the last option on the chain, it was like a 900 call or something. It went from like literally $1 to over 100. I was like, huh? Like it was crazy, bro. Very crazy. Crazy times. Got about 5 minutes left. What up, Hippo? Welcome back. Damn, bro. There's like fucking 5 trading opportunities in the past hour. Kind of crazy. Like, maybe we should review these SPY options just for fun. Like, I mean, you probably would have wanted to trade the Friday expiration, but there at the bottom of that little move on the statement, you could have got these 421s. Could have got them for about $200 a contract. Shot up to about 280. Could have, sold it anywhere between that. Came back down to 200, well, about 210 again. Shot up to 260, back down 190, then all the way to 300. And you could have even traded the 23.25 level twice. You would have had to do puts, though. Let's see. Could have got the 422 puts. You could have got those for $2. Popped up a little above 250, came back down below 200, and damn, that's about. I mean, you could have just traded one contract each of those. You could have made like $500 in the last hour. Kind of crazy. It's been a while since we've seen moves like that. The last move we really saw like that was last Wednesday, I think. But there wasn't even. I still think banks were the move though. Like you were able to pick up bank plays for so cheap. Like ridiculously cheap. Ding 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 ding. Let's go. Good day, good day. That was fun. Pal day. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I did. I always love Pal Day. It's always exciting. Always exciting. Leave your chips at the table. I mean, if you you can trade options on some things for like the last 15 minutes after the bell. I mean, I shouldn't tell people that. You definitely shouldn't do it, but you can. It is something you can do. Definitely not a recommendation. I kind of regret telling you guys that, but you can do it. Oh shit. But that was fun. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Much love to everyone, all the people who hang out here all day, all the people who come in and out, show love, keep it positive and respectful, like the video. I just really appreciate you guys, so thank you. As always, I got to thank you for your time, because your time is super valuable. There's hundreds, thousands of other streams you guys could be in, but you choose to hang out here, and I just feel really blessed to have you guys here. So thank you guys for your time, for real. Like I said, your time's just really valuable, so thank you guys. Even if, you come in for like 5 minutes. I mean, I don't even care how long you're in here. Like, all day, 5 minutes, in and out. Like, some people literally just come into the stream and fucking like the video and leave. So I appreciate anyone who supports the channel in any way. So thank you guys. I hope you have a blessed rest of your day. I'm going to get out of here. So with options, you can get way higher gains, but also higher losses. Yeah, well, your options are the right to buy or sell 100 shares, so it moves in correlation with how your profits and losses would move if you bought 100 shares, but you're not buying 100 shares, because if you bought 100 shares of the SPY, it would be like 40K, right? I think 100 times 422, yeah, you'd be $42,000. But you can get that same exposure by trading the options, and it's only going to cost you like maybe 100 or two, depending on the time or whatever, the volatility, all that. So yeah, it just gives you that exposure of having 100 options without paying for the 100 options. So yeah, it's kind of risky. I mean, you got to know what you're doing, of course. I've gotten clapped on so many option plays, and I mean, I've won a lot of option plays too, but you just got to be careful. That's why I always recommend the long term, because, trading's cool, but long term is the GOAT. But yeah. So I'm going to get out of here, though. I appreciate you guys again. Thank you guys for your time. For real. Thank you. I hope you have a blessed rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. So God bless you. Not done options. I got a bunch of videos about options further back on the channel. You can go check those out. But yeah, I mean, if you want, you can come ask more questions about them tomorrow, and I'll talk about them some more. Not that many people ever ask questions about stuff, so I would really appreciate if you came in and asked some questions. So, yeah. All right. I'm out of here. Peace out, Matthew, Stogie, NSO, Hippo, Rohit, Michael. I don't know who's here right now. I love you guys all. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Have a blessed day. Enjoy it. Stay positive. And yeah, whether you made money or lost money, doesn't matter. Just stay in the game. Stay in the game, baby. All right. God bless you guys. Peace out.